feeder pens are being judged. We have 2 exhibitors for those, Cameron Renner and Marley Griner. So after they're judged, the kids will come in here and then we'll be ready to start with all the others. Hang tight. Walking around the ring currently is some of our fair royalty. We have Bailey Searin as well as Anna Nafzinger. So welcome the girls. You'll be seeing their faces quite a bit today. While I'm thinking of it, I do want to say thank you to the Federation Bank. They sponsored all the 4-H t-shirts that you're going to be seeing a lot of our youth wearing today. So if you think of it and you know somebody from Federation Bank, make sure you tell them thank you. That's a huge donation. I wanted to mention again that KCTC is live streaming the programs all this week, and in your fair program, there is the link for that. As you can also see in your program, after the main show today, there is going to be a Clover Kids show. But what is not in your program is a special activity that we're having that's called You Raise Me Right. It is a multi-generational sheep show that's going to be happening. That's basically to recognize Dwayne Sprouse and Dave Burney for the many, 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 many years of service they gave to the sheep department. And so it should be a really fun time with some of us old timers doing some sheep showing. So be sure and stick around for that at the end of all of this. It'll be worth your time, I guarantee it. Our judge is making his way to the ring currently. He is Aaron Meyer. He is from Marengo. He manages a large hog confinement system. His family raises club lambs and sells throughout the country. He has judged many shows throughout the Midwest, so we feel very fortunate to have Aaron with us today. Currently in the ring is Cameron Renner and Marley Greiner, and we'll let the judge comment on their feeder pens.
Well, thank you all for having me here to judge the Washington County Fair. It's a privilege for me. I enjoy working with kids, so throughout the day you'll notice that I want to spend a lot of time with the kids trying to describe things to them and hopefully make it a learning experience for them and keep things moving along at the same time. This is my first time judging down here at the Washington County Fair. The feeder pen is a very interesting aspect to raising lambs and for the show world, and I think it's important that for what they did, I guess, for their project, going through the record books. So as I analyze the record book, they both did a good job. They're very, in terms of the stuff they wrote down and being accurate in terms of the pricing and everything they put on there, they both did a really good job. Both of them had their lambs gain very well. The young man's lambs gained tremendously well. He did a good job feeding them, so did she. Supposed to judge them on consistency of the pen as well. That being said, the young lady's pen was very consistent in terms of just analyzing them from the live view. Both of them, we interviewed them as well, I did personally, and it was very close in the end. I'm supposed to put 25% of the emphasis on 4 different categories, and it was very close. But with that being said, the young lady was the one that I chose to be first in this particular feeder pen division, and the young man was second. But like I said, it was real close. Why don't you give them a round of applause for their efforts in the feeder pen division.
Thank you. Our champion today was Marley Greiner, and the ribbon was sponsored by Jerry and Mindy Driscoll, and our reserve was Cameron Renner. And his was sponsored by the Triple D Farms, Steve and Pam Davis. The next class is our purebred ewe lambs, baby dolls. Helping us hand out ribbons today is our fair royalty. In the ring, we currently have Carmen Siren, who is our fair queen, and Anna Nafsinger, who is Miss Congeniality. Helping in the ring today, we have Zach Niebel, Bridget Litwaller, and Marcus Davis. There's several other behind-the-scenes people, but those are the faces that you currently see in the ring.
Okay, out here for the first class of purebred breeding ewes, I decided to start with the young man here with the all-white baby doll south down, looks like to me. This one here just definitely dominates this class as far as I'm concerned in terms of base width and just width through the center part of her body cavity. She's very sound on the move, which all three of them are. Don't have any issues in terms of soundness, just in terms of the width and the bottom side of the skeleton of these three sheep, I think is more or less how they got aligned today. When you get your hands on this one, she's real impressive in the top part of her rib and all the way back through her loin. Stays the squarest outer dock as well for me today. So I think a really good individual to start this breeding show. The ewe lamb in second there, real attractive from the side. We certainly like the way she is mobile around the ring as well. Her base width is very true to her skeleton. Want to change her inner spine just a little bit on the move, but when the young man gets her set up, she looks really good. I think another good individual for second. A robust center body cavity kind of a sheep here in third. Just want to change the way she is out of her hip, and then as you watch this one travel off her rear legs, maybe just make her a little more true to her skeleton at the ground from the rear. But I think three good individuals. Let's give them a round of applause for the first class of the day.
Our first place went to Caden Houston, and second place to Zach Schmidt. So in memory of Cleo McCoy, who just insisted that we always read the numbers in order from the top down for those keeping track, it is 1, 3, 2.
Okay, so in this second class of purebreds we have out here today, I chose to start with the Dorset ewe lamb. I think one, when analyzed from the side and also on the move, is superior to the black-faced one just in terms of structure and functionality. Really like the rib cage and front end design in this particular individual. Her flex to her front knee and pasturing is ideal in terms of structure, like the elevation in her front end as well. She's big in the center part of her loin as you get back there. She gets dominated a little bit in terms of rack shape and leanness. in comparison to our second place individual, but I think her structure makes her rise to the top. We got to appreciate the trimness and the muscle shape in the lamb we have in second, the black-faced lamb here. We appreciate that about her, but we want to change her front end in terms of her front knee and how she walks and travels on her rears today to move her up. Let's give them two a round of applause for two excellent purebreds in the second class.
Our champion went to Caden Sprouse, and his ribbon was sponsored by Garmin Show Supply. The reserve went to Caden Houston, and his is sponsored by Kevin and Danielle Schultz. Entering the ring is our purebred yearling ewes. The shirts that you see our exhibitors wearing today are sponsored by Federation Bank. So we thank Federation Bank for that wonderful donation. If you see kids in the ring that have on a gray shirt, that means that they are our seniors. And this year you will see Bryce Crawford and Noah Cleese with the gray shirts. Our sheep superintendents are Todd Schmitz, Ted Greiner, and Bridget Litweiler. And so if you see them, be sure and thank them also. They are wearing red shirts. representatives from Hills Bank will be taking pictures throughout the day, so make sure you stop by the Hills Bank booth to pick up your pictures and to say thank you for the wonderful thing that they do for the students.
Sorry, I took a little bit of time on this class as you're dealing with 3 individuals out here. One particularly coming from, a whole different size and realm of breed of sheep for me. Don't get to analyze these baby doll South Downs a lot, but I think for me this one wins this class just due to flexibility in terms of structural correctness, levelness of spine, squareness out her hip. I think she's really deep in her rear flank, and we appreciate the capacity she has there. She's opened up at the ground and very square down her top. I just think there's a lot of good parts to this particular individual. For me, she wins the yearling class. Very tough comparison down here for second and third. Maybe from ringside, maybe they look like, well, why don't you just use these really big, broody type yearlings? For me, it's based on structure in terms of looseness in their joints, being able to travel around the ring. The young man in second here, that sheep balance is good from the side for me. She's really big in the top part of her rib cage, and she's bigger out of her hip than the one we have in third. So from the side profile, that's where this one has the advantage over the one in third. I think a really good individual in terms of a second place animal here. I just think in terms of correctness, we need to change the way her front shoulder wants to roll out the front side of her. Her neck set comes out the front of her too far for me. We could set that back in there and maybe stouten her up. She could move up in the class. Young lady out here in third. Now this is the most extended. Most vertical in her front shoulder blade. She's really level out her dock. We appreciate that. This one's out of balance from the side profile in terms of her forerib and her rear flank, and then we get them in motion, and this one's the shortest strided on her rears, maybe a little too straight in her rear legs. That probably gives me the most issues for her is how she handles her rear legs out here walking around the ring. But I think a very high quality individual that'll do good for this young lady down the road in terms of being productive, because she is big in her rib cage and very feminine in her front end. Let's give them 3 exhibitors a round of applause for a difficult class.
First place went to Zach Schmitz. The ribbon was sponsored by Ron Carroll. A reserve was Caden Houston, and that was sponsored by Kevin and Danielle Schultz. Reading top down, 3, 2, 1. I would like to point out our senior in the ring, Noah Cleese. Please give him a round of applause for his final showings this year. He is from the Franklin Cubs.
Okay, an interesting class of speckle-faced ewe lambs out here. I decided to start with what they would call a piebald version of a speckle here. I think one that's just the biggest through the center part of her body, and she's also the widest out the upper part of her hip. We appreciate the rack shape she has. When viewed from side profile, she's good and extended up through her front end. She's stout structured at the ground. We get this one on the move. She gives me a little trouble in terms of how she handles her rears. Just about put her in second place due to that, but I think the way she overwhelms the class in terms of center body dimension and on the top side of her skeleton as well, her width, I think that's why we use her in first today. Like the femininity and the structure, the ability of this one to move around the ring, we certainly appreciate that about her. She's just at a major disadvantage in this class today in terms of maturity. I think as she does get older, she can sure put the heat to the one that won the class. Maybe won't ever mature and be as wide in that top part of her hip as the one that wins this class, but we certainly appreciate the structure and femininity of this particular animal. That's why she goes in second. We like a lot of things about the one in third as well. She's busted open in the center part of her rib cage. Her base width is ideal in terms of how she goes from the ground up to the center part of her body. She's probably a little bit overfed. That's one thing that maybe gets her into third hole today, and we just want to stouten her up at the ground, make her heavier structured, but a very good female for third. The two individuals coming out in fourth and fifth here, very similar in the way they're made. Appreciate the way these kids got them fed. I think they got the maximum amount of potential out of those two particular individuals. Just need, when we get to the rear 1/4 of both of them sheep, we need them to be bigger hipped and just have more product in the rear end of them for them to place any higher today. But I think 5 good individuals for the speckle-faced class. Give them a round of applause, please.
The champion in that class was Austin Black from the Horse and Pony Club, and reserve was Morgan Lichty from Crooked Creek. Third place was Zach Schmitz from Crooked Creek. Next was Noah Cleese from Franklin Cubs, and then Hunter Barnes from the Washington Go-Getters. So reading top down, 2, 3, 4, 1, 5. I forgot to mention that Hills Bank and Trust sponsored the champion ribbon, and for the reserve, it was Hunter and Haley Schultz. Again, I wanted to mention our fair queens, royalty. We have Carmen Siren. She's the daughter of Jason and Catherine Siren. She's from the Dutch Creek Flyers. She is our queen this year. And Miss Congeniality is Anna Nafzinger. She's the daughter of Tim and Jessica Nafzinger, and she is from the Lime Creek Limelights. Give them a round of applause, please. Thank you. I wanted to mention again that after our Clover Kids Sheep Show, we have something very unique this year. Following the Clover Kids, we were excited to host the You Raise Me Right class to help congratulate and thank retired longtime 4-H superintendents and volunteers for 48 years of service each. It's in the program wrong, so it's 48 years, not 32. Dave, Bernie, and Dwayne Sprouse. They were recognized at the 2020 Washington County, as 2020 Washington County Iowa 4-H Hall of Fame recipients. They have positively grown this program, facility, and generations of sheep showmen, and we can't thank them enough for all their service. So please stick around after the Clover Kids today for a fun alumni show for Dave and Dwayne. I'd like to mention again that our judge is Aaron Meyer. He lives in Marengo. He manages a large hog confinement operation, but his family raises club lambs and sells throughout the country. He judges many shows throughout the Midwest, so we feel fortunate to have him with us here today. Please give him a round of applause.
I think a real interesting, excuse me a second. Sorry, I had to do my ribbon duty there, I forgot. A really interesting class out here for the first class of crossbred breeding ewes. I start with the logical place for me to start is this one. I think in terms of base width and how her front end's constructed into her neck, she's very good. She's open through the center part of her body. And then once we get to her last rib back, when you get your hands on this one, she's real explosive in that loin, continues to get wider all the way back through her hip, continues that base width all the way to the ground. This is not the biggest rack sheep in this class by no means. Probably have 3 of them out here, and I'm kind of a rack guy. I'm kind of a muscle guy. I like muscle. This one's got just enough up in that front part of her, front half of her skeleton for me to win this class. Sure would like her to be more explosive in that particular area, but we'll point that out as the fault for. But we like the stoutness, the structure, and the side profile and femininity of this individual to win the class. Got a really good one that is bigger in the top part of her rib cage and genuinely carries that thickness back into her loin. Would like to see her progressively get wider when we get to the hip in this particular sheep, maybe shallower up in that forerib a notch to make her to compete with our class winner, but I think a really good individual for second as well. We get to third, we're starting to lose just a little more shape in terms of the back half of the sheep, in terms of where her loin is, how much rear leg muscle she carries as well and presents to us. I think a very good individual for the young lady in terms of functionality and soundness. Just need more muscle in that particular sheep to move up in the class. We get to fourth, a sheep that really side profiles really good. We really love the elevation of chest floor in this particular individual, but at the same token, we want to take the center part of her rib cage and expand it behind her shoulder blade to make it more uniform. Love the touch and expression of that particular individual in the fourth though as well. Get down here to fifth, and this young lady's done a nice job feeding this lamb as well. She's got it fed very well. It's got good muscle shape down its top. Just need more thickness from front to rear and top to bottom on that particular individual to place any higher today. Let's give them a round of applause.
In that class, Zach Smith was first, followed by Morgan Lichty, then Kira Longbine. Fourth was Grace Coble, and fifth was Addison Houston. So going down top bottom, 4, 5, 1, 2, 3. Currently in the ring is Ava Greiner. She happens to have the braided pigtails. I wanted to recognize Ava. She's from the 76 Progressives 4-H Club, and she received the Sheep Project Award at the 2020 awards night. She excelled in personal rabbit projects, learning workshops, and leadership experiences. So congratulations, Ava.
I think, a really good class of commercial ewes out here for the middleweight or whatever they want to call it. I think the one I'm starting with here, she definitely handles the freshest down her top. She's more extended than the one I have in second. If I have an issue with this particular female, I'd like to make her wider based, just crack her open in the bottom part of her skeleton. As she walks away from you, she maybe tracks a little narrow as well. We get this one put in place, and then she's really good. Maybe she could be a nickel taller shouldered yet to be elite, but this one handles the way she should. Her foreribs designed correctly. She gradually gets wider all the way back. She's good and square out of her hip, extended up and through her neck. I think a really good one to start this class. I like muscle and I like thick sheep. This one here in second is thick, and she's stout. She's probably just a little too short-bodied, gets just a little deeper therefore, and she's over-conditioned for me. If she handled fresher and was trimmed up, maybe just a nickel longer bodied, this one would be tough to get around. I think the young lady's got a real good one for you here in second. As we get to third, here's one with more extension than the one we have in second, firmer to the touch. This is the biggest rack sheep in the class by a long ways, and I certainly appreciate that about her. The muscle content in the front one half of the skeleton of that sheep's really good. We want to change how that shoulder matches that rib. We want to make her explode as we get to the back one half of that sheep. Her loin don't transition into her hip quite right, and then maybe get some more rear leg into that particular individual. But the young lady's got a real powerful fronted one for you there in third. Young lady in fourth there, a sheep that's smoother in her design than the one in third. We appreciate that about her. Just need to get more sheep from front to rear, get her wider based and stouter, maybe clean up that chest floor in her just a little bit. But from a functionality standpoint, the young lady has a really good one that can be productive in her herd as well. We get down here to fifth. I told the young man it's a really tough class. From the standpoint of just being a good, solid foundation type female for a person, this is a really good sheep for him. And I'm sure she'll do a good job for him. We just need more center body cavity and more base width from front to rear. As she matures and gets fed more, I'm sure she's going to come out with enough muscle as she goes on. A really good class from top to bottom. Give them a round of applause, please.
In our second class of black-faced commercial breeding ewes, first place went to Taylor Sublette, second to Ava Greiner, third place to Caitlin Waters, fourth place to Javen Davis, and fifth place to Caden Houston. So going from top down in the program, 5, 1, 4, 3, 2. This will be our third and final class of black-faced commercial breeding ewes. Nope, I was wrong. There is also a fourth class. In the ring is Bryce Crawford from the Crooked Creek 4-H Club. He is in the gray t-shirt, and this is his senior final sheep show. So please give Bryce a round of applause.
class out here for the third class of commercial ewes. I got one that I start with. I mean, this one is really thick and really correct in terms of how her rib is designed, how it carries up into her front shoulder. She's really smooth in her front end, really good looking from the side. If you want to make her better looking from the side, she needs to be a little longer neck. That's where I was having a little bit of a dilemma there. That sheep is just compact enough in that neck to give me just a little bit of trouble. But in terms of the way her body is made, the drop in her rear flank, and then just the progressive, the thickness from front to rear on this sheep is really, really well. I mean, we really like that mass that she carries all the way from front to rear, all the way down to the bottom part of her leg as well. She's sound on the move, just a lot of good things to like about her. A really good sheep to win this class. Very close decision for me in second. Just need to make this one a little shallower or in her forerib or deeper in her rear flank, one or the other for me, so she would balance up better from the side. She's stouter at the ground. She's more elevated in her front end than the one I used to win the class. That was the dilemma. You get your hands on this one, she feels really good down her top too. I mean, this one has enough muscle down the top side. We get to the rear 1/4 of her, she maybe needs to explode a little more like the other one, but this is a really good sheep for second. The young lady needs commended for that. I really like that sheep. Down here in third, another one built the same profile kind of as the one we used in second. Maybe gets a little more short coupled for me on the move. So we just need to extend that one out, but we like a lot of things about that sheep in terms of how bold she is in the center part of her rib, how much muscle she carries down her top and in through her rear leg. A really good one for third for that young man. More extension comes in fourth here. Probably a little better look from the side than the one in third. We get this one in motion. It's her rear legs that give me some issues today. Maybe the way she needs to round out more in her rear leg as well. Maybe expand in her hip. Front 3/4 of this sheep's really good. Just need to change the rear 1/4 for that one to move up for that young man. And a really good practical kind of female here in fifth. You guys should be proud of your show. I mean, from top to bottom, you got really good animals. This one, like I told the young lady, is going to be a really good female for her. She's got a lot of good in her. Good structured, stout, boned. Just need to get more sheep from front to rear to suit me today. But a lot of good quality to this particular individual for the young lady. Let's give them a round of applause.
Winning this class is Garrett Greiner. Second place went to Ava Greiner. Third place to Bryce Crawford. Fourth place to Caden Sprouse. And fifth place to Charlotte Siren. So going top down, 3, 4, 5, 1, 2. This will be our fourth and final class of black-faced commercial breeding ewes, and then we will name the overall champion. I also wanted to bring to your attention the ring help that we have today. Out in the ring helping is Kevin Schultz, Bridget Litweiler, Marcus Davis, and Zach Niebel. The people in red shirts that are sponsored by the Farm Bureau are our sheep superintendents. Again, we have Bridget Litweiler and Ted Greiner and Todd Schmitz. So if you see them, be sure and thank them for all the hard behind-the-scenes work that they do to make this day successful for everybody involved. The show is currently being live streamed on KCTC, and we thank them for this generous donation. So be watching all of the different shows this week on KCTC with the live stream.
Okay, in this class of heavyweight commercial ewes, I think we got one here that's a logical place to start for me. When she walked in the ring to me, watching them all four walk around, this one is by far and away the soundest on her feet and legs, takes the most true stride, front and rear of any sheep in this class, and that is very important. And then we get to analyzing her beyond that, the way her front end's constructed into her neck, her center rib cage dimension is very good. Front half of this sheep is really, really good. We want to expand her as we go from the last rib back and maybe make her get progressively wider, maybe put a little more rear leg in her to make her an absolute elite female. But this one is a very good functional kind of a female for the young man, that he's got fed right in terms of condition, and we love the extension in her as well. Young man's got a good one to win the class. Gets more competitive, I guess, for me in the bottom three in terms of what to do. I prefer to use the young man that I put in second here. I think from a feet and leg standpoint, we want to change her rears just a little bit in terms of how she travels, but she's sound and functional off of her front end. She's extended in through her neck, and when you get your hands on this particular individual, she handles with a big square rack in her and really good squareness out her loin. And then the upper part of her hip is wider than the ones we have in 3 and 4 as well. So a good functional kind of female for second. Same goes for the one in third. We appreciate the scale in terms of this individual. She's a big frame, long bodied, feminine kind of a female, and we like that about her. We need her to progressively get wider from that last rib back for her to compete with the others. Also firm her up on her rear legs as well. And then as we get to the one in fourth, this one's kind of got some show ring look about her as we analyze the front half of that one. She's real stout at the ground and shaggy legged. If we get our hands on that one, we want to get more muscle down the top side of that sheep. Definitely want to work on the rear leg structure of that particular individual as well to get her to move up in the class. But I think 4 really good ones for the heavyweight division. Let's give them a round of applause.
In our final class, we had first going to Austin Black, second to Christopher Boone, third to Ashton Thomas, and fourth to Noah Cleese. So going from the top down, 2, 4, 3, 1. We will now be showing for the champion and reserve black-faced commercial breeding ewe lamb. In our first class, first went to Zach Schmitz, and second went to Morgan Lichty. In our second class, the first was Taylor Sublette, and second to Ava Greiner. In our third class, first went to Garrett Greiner, second was Ava Greiner, and in our final class, first was Austin Black, and second to Christopher Boone.
Let's give these 8 individuals a big round of applause out here. As a county, I think you guys should be very proud. I think you have what seems to me very respectful young individuals out here showing these sheep, and I appreciate them letting me take the time to kind of describe to them the faults that I want to fix in the sheep, but also the positives attributes that they show us today. And I think they've been very respectful of that, and hopefully we're all learning something from it out here today. This is a very competitive drive of commercial ewes out here for me. I think you guys should also be proud of the quality you have here from top to bottom at your county fair. And I've kind of discussed all these individuals out here. I guess for me, there's one out here just in terms of dimension and base width, a sheep that carries true width from top to bottom all the way to the ground while maintaining stoutness and looseness of structure. I think there's one out here that just kind of puts all those things together for me. We discussed her in class, the little hole in her, we could make her more extended in through that front end, but I think she does a lot of things right. And with that being said, I'll go out and shake the hand of your champion, and then we'll pull one over and we'll have to make a decision for reserve. Let's give them a round of applause.
Our champion went to Garrett Greiner.
Now for me, the decision for reserve gets a lot tougher. I got 2 individuals here in mind, the 2 that come out of the middle divisions. Got one out here that from the side profile is shallower, probably more photogenic, I guess you would say, in the way she handles the lower part of her rib cage. And then we got one out here that really has a lot of power, base width, bone, and when you get your hands down her top, I mean, she is really, really powerful. Follows it all the way out through her hip with a lot of rear leg. There's some give and take, I guess, in terms of what we're trying to decide here. But for me, I guess I'm the kind of guy that likes power, and I'm going to give up just a little bit of chest floor here in my reserve. But I think we got a really good one for reserve as well. So let's give them all a round of applause for all their efforts out here today.
The reserve black-faced commercial breeding ewe goes to Ava Greiner from the 76 Progressives. The champion was Garrett Greiner from the Kyoto FFA. Joining us in the ring now is another royalty of Bailey Siren. She's the daughter of Shauna and Jeff Siren, and she belongs to the Dutch Creek Flyers. She was our first runner-up. Thank you. I forgot to mention that the ribbons for the last class, the black-faced commercial ewe lambs, the champion was sponsored by the Bill Andrade family, and the reserve by Hunter Schultz and Haley Schultz. I want to mention again that our judge today is Aaron Meyer. He's from the Marengo area. His family raises club lambs and they sell throughout the country. He also has judged many shows within the Midwest. So we welcome Aaron with us today.
always interesting when you're evaluating some yearlings. You have definitely some differences in terms of the amount of condition that they are carrying. These two up at the top for me are probably over-conditioned as far as I'm concerned in terms of going out into the breeding herd. They'll trim up once you turn them out on pasture. I decided to use the young man back here for first, and that one there just handles with a longer hind saddle. These things are really big backed. I mean, they got a big spread to their top side of their skeleton. They're big in the center part of their body. I believe as you watch them travel around the ring, they're honest all the way to the ground, and that's what I appreciate about them, even though I believe they're over-conditioned. I think their overall skeletal structural design is very, very good on these two individuals. So I think we got two that sort their way to the top. We got differences in just a little bit of front-end extension, and then hind saddle length brings the young man's to the top. Taking nothing away from the young lady in second. I mean, that thing is thick as well from top to bottom. Just maybe want to change the amount of extension she has in through her front end, but two really good ones for the top. Take nothing away from the one down here in third. We like the neck extension and the femininity, her ability to be tall at the point of the shoulder. That particular individual, I guess, we want to balance her up better from the side and just give her more true thickness through the center part of her body from front to rear. Same goes for the one down here in fourth. A real functional kind of female for the young lady. Just need more width underneath on that particular sheep. You know, I was describing to her if we put 50 to 100 more pounds on her, how would she compare? She still needs to be wider in the bottom part of her skeleton to be able to compare with the top two. Let's give them a round of applause for a competitive class of yearlings.
Our champion commercial breeding yearling ewe was shown by Caden Houston, and the reserve was shown by Adeline Houston. The banners were sponsored by the Bill Andrag family and Ron and Louise Schmidt's family. Third in that particular class was Caitlin Waters, and fourth was Morgan Lichty. So going from the top down, 3, 4, 2, 1. We will now be showing for the Supreme Breeding Sheep. Our champion purebred ewe lamb was shown by Caden Sprouse, and the reserve was Caden Houston. The purebred yearling ewe was shown by Zach Schmitz. Reserve was Caden Houston. The white speckled face commercial ewe lamb was shown by, or champion was Austin Black. Reserve was Morgan Lichty. And the black face commercial ewe lamb was shown by Garrett Greiner, and reserve was Ava Greiner. Our champion commercial breeding yearling ewe was Caden Houston, and reserve was Adeline Houston. The champion baby doll was shown by Caden Houston, and the reserve was Zach Schmitz. That should be everybody.
Let's give all these young individuals a big round of applause, please. This gets really competitive out here for the champion drive. From ringside, or I try to get myself over there and about your guys' shoes, trying to take a look at them. And I know we got some different breeds out here, which kind of makes it look somewhat inconsistent, but I hope you can see the skeletal quality and basic build and design that these have. I think just a really good set of females out here for your grand drive on the on this U division. For me, I guess it comes down, I have a pair of them out here that I just think are really well made, really muscular, and just suit the kind of sheep that I think are pretty difficult to make. With that being said, I'm going to go out there and shake the hands of your grand and reserve. I need to pick a top 5. Then from there, I'll do some further analyzing, and we'll get you a 3, 4, and 5 after that. But for now, we'll get your champion and reserve out of the way. Give them a round of applause.
Very good. The Champion Supreme Breeding Sheep went to Garrett Greiner. The banner and blanket. The banner is sponsored by Sprouse Family Club Lambs, and the blanket by the Greiner Show Lambs. The reserve was Ava Greiner. The banner was by Premier Supplies, and the blanket by Greiner Show Lambs. He's now placing the top 5.
Gets significantly more difficult for me out here for 3rd, 4th, and 5th. We've kind of talked these animals. We definitely have some differences out here. I guess for me, going to stick with the trend of trying to construct these things as wide as we can through the center of their body while keeping them as functional as we can with hip width and stoutness of bone with look from the side. So with that being said, those are the kind of the criteria that I'm going to select your next 3, that I'm going to use to select the next 3, and while maintaining some femininity and so forth. With that being said, I'll go out and shake the hand of your 3rd, 4th, and 5th, and let's give them a big round of applause.
Third place went to Austin Black. 4th place to Caden Sprouse. And 5th place to Caden Houston.
Okay. Garrett Reiner was 56.39. Ava was 45.78.
Okay, out here in first class market lambs, they start with a performance class out here. We're very similar in terms of rate of gain. The one I decided to use did grow slightly faster by 7/100ths, I believe, than the other one per day, which over several days will amount to definitely more pounds of lamb in that particular sheep. As I analyze them, the one that has the most muscle and the most product from front to rear is the one I decided to start with. Also, by evaluating this one from the side, it still balances up really good. Isn't like overly deep bodied in terms of its chest floor. It's nice and smooth in through its shoulder, got a good rear flank in the sheep as well. Definitely just has more muscle from front to rear. Therefore, that particular wether wins the class. Kind of the show ring looking sheep, I put in second. When you get your hands on them, that particular sheep just doesn't have the amount of rack shape or the squareness out through its loin as the sheep I chose to win the class. Certainly a sheep that is stouter boned and is attractive looking from the side. We just need to get more muscle to be able to compete with the one that wins the class. Let's give them a round of applause.
The champion projection lamb was shown by Caitlin Waters and the reserve by Zach Schmitz. The banners were given by Christine Bernie Doonan and Cody and Chelsea Branstead. Those same lambs are also carcass lambs, and so for the carcass they actually flip-flopped, and Zach will be considered the champion in the scan, and Caitlin would be reserve. In the ring are our exhibitors for the rate of gain sheep. The champion and reserve lambs were both by Noah Cleese. The top one had a gain of 0.86 a day and the reserve 0.85. So good job, Noah. Third place went to Brody Neal from the Riverside Ramblers. Fourth place went to Garrett Greiner. Fifth place was also Noah Cleese. Our sixth place was Hunter Barnes. Seventh place was to Ashton Thomas. Eighth place was Christopher Boone. And ninth place was Carmen Siren. Rounding it out was the 10th lamb by Christopher Boone again. So there's your top 10 rated gain sheep exhibitors. Noah is a senior, so that's a great way to go out, Noah. Once again, I want to announce that KCTC is live streaming these. This makes it wonderful for families and friends that are all around the world. I did get a text from my brother who is 300 miles away, and he is enjoying the sheep show and is also critiquing my announcement. So this is a shout out to him to say next year the job is his. We would also like to recognize Federation Bank for donating the t-shirts that the exhibitors are wearing today. That is also a very generous donation.
Okay, out here in this class of Dorset market lambs, I think we got one that finds its way to the top relatively easy for me. This one is not perfect. As I told the young lady when I handle him, that one could be a little wider and flatter in its loin to really get me jacked up on him, but that one is really good in terms of how the front shoulder's made and the rib cage. That thing is very powerful in that rack. we get to the rear 1/4 of that sheep, and that's where he dominates the other two that are in this class in terms of being wide and square in that hip and nice and full in that leg. And he carries that all the way to the ground with good base width. Just a real logical place to start for me. Good lamb to win the Dorset Market Lambs. When we come to second place, this sheep here handles really good. We appreciate that about him. He's good and square over his top in terms of being wide in his loin. He's the widest loin lamb in this class. We just want to make him wider through the center part of his body and wider at the ground for him to be able to compete any higher today, but a really good lamb for second. We get to the lamb in third, a sound, practical kind of sheep for the young lady. Just need more base width and more center rib dimension, more muscle shape down the top, but she's got him fed well. She did a good job getting him here, a good practical kind of sheep for third. Let's give him a round of applause.
Our champion Dorset Market Lamb was shown by Ella Greiner. The reserve by Aiden McGuire. Third place in that class was shown by Morgan Lichty. So going from the top down in your program, 1, 2, 3. Remember that KCTC is doing a live stream of this. Since my last announcements, we have heard that we have people watching in St. Louis, and they think I'm doing an okay job on the mic. So if you have any friends and family from all over the country, please have them text you, let us know where they're at. And it's fun to hear where everybody is watching from. Thank you, KCTC, for sponsoring this. Since I was talking about alumni watching the sheep show, I want to announce that this year we have something very unique that's going to be going on after the Clover Kids show. Following the show, we are excited to host the You Raise Me Right class to help congratulate and thank retired longtime 4-H sheep superintendents and volunteers, Dwayne Sprouse and Dave Burney. Each of them gave 48 years behind the scenes of being superintendents, and so we're doing a special class for them this year. So stay around and watch the Alumni Sheep Show after this. You Raise Me Right for Dave and Dwayne. Once again, I want to tell you that our judge today is Aaron Meyer. He's from the Marengo area. His family raises club lambs and they sell throughout the entire country. He's doing a good job of trying to make this a learning experience as well as a competition, and so he's taken his time to talk with the exhibitors today. Thank you, Aaron. I also want to give out a shout out to the other behind the scenes people that make this whole thing work. Back in the barns, we have Pam Davis. Around the ring, we also have Madison Sheets, Kevin Schultz, Marcus Davis, Zach Niebel, Dawn Andrag, and Shauna Siren. So thank you for all those people and their help today.
Real competitive class out here for your lightweight market lambs. I think the one I started with, we'll just start off by picking a little hole in this one in comparison to the one that we have in second. The one in second is bigger racked, has more power, maybe a little wider based up front. But then from there, this particular sheep is smoother in his design, better structurally in terms of the way he is put together in terms of how he handles his front end into his neck and then his spine all the way back through to his tail dock. Just a really good individual. As you run your hands down him, he progressively gets wider from front to rear. I think he's ideal in his condition for his weight as well. I think a real logical place to start in this particular class. The heaviest muscled one in terms of the rack, as I had said, and maybe in the loin area it's really close, is the lamb in second. The lamb gets a little rough in that hip loin juncture. Maybe we need that one to carry his rear leg just slightly deeper to be able to compare with our class winner, but we certainly have to appreciate the width of the rack in this particular individual and the width of base from front to rear, a lot to like in this particular animal. Just need him to loosen up in terms of how he's built structurally to win the class. A good sound, functional kind of individual in third here that's got a nice big loin to her as well. She needs to be more defined in terms of how her muscle lays in the front one half of her body and as well in the rear 1/4. We appreciate the loin width in that particular sheep, just needs more rack and rear leg to be able to compete with the two heavy muscled ones we had win this class. A shallow, showy looking one here in fourth. Really like how her rib cage is up in him, and he's really cool and hard to the touch. Probably a nickel lean, but we are in the lightweight class. You get 10 more pounds on this particular sheep, he's going to look quite a bit different, I think, as he'll put more muscle down his top. That's where he's lacking, is just true with the top in that particular sheep. But we like the side profile look he gives us. Down here in fifth, a very functional type of sheep that they got fed very well. I told the young lady, she did a really good job in terms of the amount of condition that this particular female has, I think is ideal. Just need to shallow up the chest floor in that sheep and just give it more muscle expression from front to rear to compete. Same goes for the one down here in sixth. Maybe stouten this one up a tick, get that breastplate shoved up in that one and maybe deepen that flank. But she does have a nice big top to her, and she's fed well. She is also fed very well in terms of the amount of condition she has, so we give her credit for that. And the lamb down here in last place, we just get ourselves concerned with structural integrity on this one in terms of how she handles her rear, and we just need more muscle from front to rear, but a good practical kind of sheep. Give these kids a round of applause for a really competitive lightweight market lamb class.
First place in that class went to Ava Greiner. Second place to Christopher Boone. Third place to Caitlin Waters. Fourth to Grace Coble. Fifth to Maggie Renner. Sixth to Kira Longbine. And seventh to Anna Nafzinger. So going from the top down in memory of Cleo McCoy. 4, 7, 2, 1, 6, 5, 3.
At this time, I would like to thank our announcer, Renee Searin. She does a great job of giving credit to those behind the scenes, but oftentimes forget to give herself credit as well. And it is also her birthday today, so if you see her around after the show, make sure to wish her a very happy birthday.
real interesting class of market lambs out here to evaluate. For me, I start with the one that just has a ton of product down the top side of that sheep. Big and square when you get to his hip, and he's nice and full in his rear leg. He's probably not as photogenic or showy looking as the one that I have in second, but in terms of just sheer power and mass down the top side of that sheep, he is very, very good, and he's really sound on the move, carries that base width all the way to the ground, nice and honest for us. I think a real logical place to start. Really appreciate the look and the show ring attributes of the one I have in second here. He's real stout bone, floats around the ring real nice for us. Just get our hands on him, and that's where that one, he's big and powerful in his rack, but as we get to that last rib and follow it back in through his hip, that one needs to be wider and square about his loin for me today to be able to compete with the one that I used to win the class. But a real good sheep for second. We get to third, another one that handles very well down his top. He's good and square about that rack and that loin edge. Just needs to be wider through the center part of his body and wider at the ground. We appreciate the levelness of the design of that sheep and the squareness out his hip. Just need more thickness from the center part of his body down to the ground. In fourth, another one that I think I appreciate the way he handles as well. He's got some mass about his upper rib cage that for transitioning that into some rack muscle and a good loin edge. Just a sheep that is actually blowed apart more in the center part of his body than the one in third. But he gets closed up at the ground too much for me today, and we get about that hip on that sheep. He needs to be square and more correct in his design about his hip. Much like the one that's in fifth here, like the levelness, like the spine and the structural correctness of that particular sheep, just needs to be wider and more expressive about the muscle in that particular animal down the top side and out through the leg to move ahead. Like the extension and length of body the young man has for the lamb down here at the bottom, just need to change the way that hip is created, need to change the way that one travels on her rear legs, but a good functional extended kind of a individual for that young gentleman. Let's give him a round of applause for a competitive class.
First place in that class went to Caitlin Waters. Second place to Emma Greiner. Third place to Morgan Lichty. Fourth to Destiny Boone. Fifth to Javen Davis. And sixth to Ashton Thomas. So going from the top down, 5, 2, 4, 6, 3, 1. We're now in the final class of our Hampshire Market Lamb class. In the ring are our two senior sheep showmen, Noah Cleese and Bryce Crawford. Their shirts were donated by the Widoff Farm Supply. So, again, let's give a round of applause to our two senior sheep showmen. Taylor Sublette is also in the show ring. She does not have on a gray shirt, but she is also a senior 4-H'er at her last sheep show. Or she's showing FFA, but that's why she doesn't have on a gray shirt. Nonetheless, she is a senior sheep exhibitor.
real competitive class here in the heavyweight Hampshires, I guess they call it. For me, I think a logical place to start, one that can get his head and neck positioned really good as far as I'm concerned, and yet explode from there all the way back. This guy is really wide at the ground. He carries it all the way up to the base of his chest. From there, he's got a round rib that goes up and transitions into a big rack and a big flat loin. The rear 1/4 of this sheep is exceptional as well in terms of the width he carries at the top of his hip all the way to the ground. I think a real logical place to start for me. The lamb in second, another really highly competitive individual for me as well. Longer bodied, if we want a longer bodied, longer necked, are the advantages that particular sheep has. But then from there, I think we want to make him just a little wider based. We want to change the way that neck comes out of the front of that sheep just a little bit to be able to make him compete with the one that wins it, but a really good lamb for second. Also, a lot of things to appreciate about the lamb in third: sound, stout bone, good handling sheep, just needs more muscle shape, more rack dimension down the top side of that individual to compete with the top two. But I think a really good lamb for that young man. And the one in fourth here, got to appreciate the height at the point of the shoulder of that sheep and the length of body it has. We just need more thickness from front to rear to be able to compete with these high-powered sheep at the top. Let's give them a round of applause.
All right, the winner of that class was Garrett Greiner. Second place went to Taylor Sublette. Third to Bryce Crawford. And fourth to Noah Cleese. We will now be shown for champion and reserve, Hamp Market Lamb. Out of the first class was Ava Greiner, followed by Christopher Boone. In the second class, Caitlin Waters. And reserve was, second place was Emma Greiner. And in the last class, as I just said, Garrett Greiner and Taylor Sublette.
All families and alumni showmen registered or wishing to show in the You Raised Me Right class, please know we will start to gather for this special class after the Clover Kid Sheep class. This is a special class that came about during Bernie and Sprouse's reign, so please stay seated and enjoy that Clover Kid show. Cheer on the future of our sheep department. We'll take a short break to get lined up and ready for the You Raised Me Right class underneath the awning here. So please stay tuned and be excited for that special class at the end of today.
Let's give these 6 individuals a round of applause. Really appreciate the amount of terminal quality exhibited in these 6 individuals from top to bottom, whether they were first and second. I think from the further away that I get from these particular animals, the more I think I can appreciate just the quality from top to bottom in these 6. But I think I have one out here that just in terms of sheer mass and thickness, yep, the further away you get from that particular sheep, the shallower he looks in terms of his design and his structure. I think a really good one to just be your champion Hampshire today. I'll take my time and select the reserve afterwards. I will go shake the hand of your grand champion Hampshire, and you can give him a round of applause.
The champion Hampshire was shown by Garrett Greiner. I forgot to mention that the banner that Garrett got for the champion was sponsored by Fletcher and Mackenzie Flynn. The reserve that will be handed out shortly is sponsored by Ron and Louise Schmidt's family. The royalty in the ring is currently Bailey Siren. She is the daughter of Shauna and Jeff Siren and is a member of the Dutch Creek Flyers. Thank you, Bailey, for your help today.
Excuse me for taking a little more time. I think we got some high quality animals out here, but then again, we got some differences that we got outweigh. The lightweight one's really correct and really good looking from the side in terms of how that sheep has its head and neck assembly and then carries it into a nice level top line all the way out through its tail dock. Not the most powerful sheep out here of the top three that I'm analyzing, but a really good designed one for us in that regard. We got a lot of terminal quality here in the one in second. Probably needs to be maybe just a little better looking from the side in terms of how that shoulder's constructed in that, but we certainly appreciate the terminal shape that that one has. And then we got the heavyweight out here that is really wide based and stout. and just carries that thickness from the top part of his skeleton all the way back. We appreciate that about him. Maybe got some issues in terms of how that sheep looks from the side, in terms of how he carries his spine, maybe the length of his front shoulder, but a lot of terminal quality and base width and stoutness in that particular one. So good things to go through and evaluate. With that being said, I'm going to go out and shake the hand of your reserve champion, Hampshire. Give him a round of applause, please.
The reserve was shown by Taylor Sublette. The banners for the champion in reserve in this natural market class are sponsored by the Jeff Sprouse family and the Ron and Louise Schmitz family. Again, we thank all of our sponsors for their donations of the banners and trophies. It's greatly appreciated.
really nice class of naturals out here. Let's give them a round of applause for bringing us some good ones to look at. I think we got a logical place to start here in terms of one that gives you the look you're looking for from the side, and then when you get your hands on him, he doesn't disappoint you. I mean, is he the heaviest muscled one I've seen today? No, but this sheep here has a good spread to the top side of his rib cage. The rack has good shape and expression to it. He's good and flat out his loin and out his hip. Just a really good one. I think he looks good from the side in terms of his head carriage and everything. Stout and sound. Just a really nice one to win the class. Young lady's got one that has a disadvantage of about 20 pounds or whatever it might be over the class winner, but I think she's got a really good one. He's really true in terms of his base width from behind. As you follow him around the ring, you get your hands on him. He's got good shape and rack in through his rack, real flat out his loin. I think a really good sheep. Once the young lady gets it stuck and gives you a side profile look, he's got good balance from the side as well. Just needs to be stouter to be able to compete with our class winner. And then the one in third, young man has one that I think he's got fed right in terms of the condition. He did a really good job there. He's got good squareness down his top as well. Need to change the side profile look in this particular sheep in terms of dropping his rear flank, giving him more muscle shape to the rear 1/4. Same goes for the one in fourth place. Need to change the way that sheep handles his rear wheels and how that rear 1/4 of him is assembled. But another individual that the young man did a good job feeding in terms of having him in the proper condition. Give him another round of applause, please.
The champion in the natural market lamb class went to Charlotte Siren. The reserve champion to Javon Davis. Third place went to Noah Cleese, and fourth to Hunter Barnes. The banners were again sponsored by the Jeff Sprouse family and Ronald Louise Schmidt's family. Top to bottom, 2, 1, 3, 4. This is now our Speckle Market Lamb Class 1.
interesting class of Speckle Face Market lambs out here for me. I choose to use the young lady here closest to me to win the class. I'm a guy that likes power and I like them stout. The black sheep certainly better looking from the side, taller at the point of the shoulder, but this sheep here definitely stouter at the ground, more cracked open underneath. You get to the rear 1/4 and that's where this one dominates, the black one, in terms of just width of hip and the amount of rear leg he has as well. Really shocked when I got my hands on this black one when it came in. I kind of read him as a little frailer than I like, and I need him to be wider based, but when I touch this sheep, he does handle really good. There's more product down the top side of him than you think, but then you get to the rear 1/4 and he just kind of runs out of gas. But a really good looking one to be second in this class. We get to third. Young lady just needs one that needs a little more look from the side, needs more maturity as we get to these bottom two in this class. I think there's definite differences here in terms of how far along these lambs are in their maturity pattern. Young lady in fourth has one that definitely just needs more time on feed, structurally correct. A lot of good things about that lamb, just needs more time on feed. Let's give them a round of applause.
First place was shown by Greta Siren, second place by Taylor Sublette, third Morgan Nafsinger, and fourth by Lillian Eldridge. So going from the top down, 4, 3, 1, 2.
interesting class out here of speckles to analyze. I start the class with the one that just, when you get your hands on him, this one sure don't disappoint you. This one's got the most muscle down his top and out his rear end to the lower part of his leg. In terms of condition, he's really fed well too. I don't think this one's quite overdone. He's stout boned and sound. I think just a real logical place to start in the Speckle heavyweight Speckle market lambs. The lamb in second, really good looking from the side to me in terms of this class. If you get your hands on this one, that's where he needs to get better. He's a little overdone in terms of his condition. His shape down his top's kind of plain. We like the hip and the design of this particular sheep, but he just doesn't have the amount of terminal quality down the top side of our class winner. Lamb in third does have more terminal quality than the one in second. Just need to change the way this one profiles from the side, maybe level him up out his hip as he goes away, stouting him up at the ground. But a really good sheep in terms of terminal quality. Young man brought a female out here into the market lamb class that I think has a lot of production attributes to her. She's big in the center part of her ribs. She's super sound. She'd be more suited to be in a breeding class than a market class, in my opinion. Just needs more terminal shape to move up in the class today. Let's give him a round of applause.
First place in that class went to Destiny Boone. Second place to Caden Sprouse. Third to Noah Cleese. And fourth to Brody Neal. We will now be showing for the champion in reserve, Speckle Market Lamb. Out of the first class was Greta Siren. Second to Taylor Sublette. And as I just announced, first to Destiny Boone and second to Caden Sprouse. The banners for this champion and reserve are again sponsored by Sprouse Family Club Lambs and Ron and Louise Smith's family.
Let's give these four individuals a round of applause, please. As we analyze these out here, we've already discussed them on the microphone. I think I got a pair out here that just in terms of when you get your hands on them, running your hand down the top side and being a little leaner and a little harder to the touch, probably have less flaws in terms of their spine and their overall structural design. I think there's a pair out here that suit me pretty well to win this Speckle Face division. With that being said, I'll go out and shake the hand of your champion in reserve in the division. Please give him another round of applause.
Our champion Speckle Market Lamb is shown by Greta Siren and our reserve by Taylor Sublette. For this class, the banners are sponsored by Irwin Farms and again, Ron and Louise Schmidt's family. Again, I want to thank KCTC for giving us our live broadcast today. We just heard from somebody in Clear Lake that is enjoying the show. So keep those texts coming. Let us know where you're viewing from. So far, we have St. Louis, Milwaukee, and Clear Lake. For anybody that's new around the show ring, our judge today is Aaron Meyer. He's from the Marengo area. He raises club lambs and sells throughout the country. He's judged many shows in the Midwest. And as you can tell, he's taken his time in trying to make this an educational opportunity as well as a competition.
I think a real competitive class out here for your AOB market lambs. I start the class with the one for me has the least amount of faults. There's a lot to like in this particular sheep. Definitely the front end assembly of this one is what makes her rise to the top, and the fact that she's real stout at the ground. Really smooth transitions in terms of how her muscle from the back of her shoulder all the way to her tail head. Your hand runs real smooth all the way from front to rear on that one. Like the way she travels around the ring. Just a real solid, complete kind of female to win this class. The lamb in second has more terminal quality, more shape in a leaner package. But for me, that particular individual needs to change the way that neck comes out of that front end. Just not enough smoothness there for me. A lot of things to like about him. He's a little boxier in terms of his length of body as well, but you get your hands on this one and he's impressive in terms of the rack shape and the loin, the squareness of hip that he has. Just need to change the front end of him and get him stouter at the ground for him to move up in this class today, but a real good one for second. Got a lot to appreciate here about the Dorper in third. This guy is thick. He's got muscle from front to rear. We like that about him. Then structurally, we just need to change the way his spine flows from front to rear on him. But a lot of terminal quality that we like. The young man's got him fed well. A lot of good there. Just need to change that sheep from a structural aspect to move him up. Opposite for the one down here on the bottom, like the structure and the design of this particular individual. In terms of just analyzing him from a market lamb standpoint, though, I want to see more muscle shape in terms of his rack and his loin on that particular individual, but real sound functional kind of lamb for the young man. Let's give him a round of applause.
The champion of the all other breeds was Ava Greiner. The reserve was shown by Charlotte Siren. Third place in that class was Aiden McGuire, and fourth by Zach Schmitz. We will now be starting our Crossbred Market Lamb Class 1. This would be a good time to mention, again, all the people that are behind the scenes helping with this show today. We have Pam Davis, Madison Sheets, Dawn Andrag, Shauna Siren, Zach Nebel, Marcus Davis, Kevin Schultz, Bridget Litweiler, Ted Greiner, and Todd Schmitz. Todd, Ted, and Bridget are co-sharing the responsibilities of sheep superintendents. They're the ones wearing the red shirts sponsored by Farm Bureau. So it takes a village to put on this show.
Interesting class of lightweight crossbreds here. Let's give them a round of applause. Appreciate their patience, and they're doing a great job all the way through as I'm selecting these lambs and paying attention to the things we want to correct on them. I start the class with one that to me is just the smoothest made in its overall design, the way the neck ties to the shoulder. This is the widest based, fullest one in terms of its rib cage and center rib dimension. She's got good spread down her top, real full over her loin, level out her dock. Just a lot of good things to appreciate about this particular female that wins this class. Now, the advantages of the one in second here, taller at the point of the shoulder, probably shallower underneath as you analyze him from the side, and he's rock hard to the touch. We appreciate those things about him. Then as you get your hands on him though, and you truly get close to this one and start analyzing him, he kind of comes to you in three different pieces in terms of how that front shoulder's made, and then how the center body is, and then how the rear 1/4 is. If that sheep got smoother from front to rear, he'd definitely be a contender. Love the terminal shape, just need to smooth him up. Young man's got one that handles really good down the top side. She's ultra lean. We need to make her wider based, but we like the way she handles over her rib cage all the way out through her loin. She's got a big flat loin in her. Just a real practical kind of sheep for third. Fourth and fifth are also in the same category. We like the way these things handle down their top. Just need to get more expression, and need to probably have them from the side profile, get their chest plate up into them and their rear flank down a little more, but good practical kind of sheep down here in fourth and fifth. And sixth and seventh here, sheep that just need more maturity. As you get your hands on them, they're just not there yet. They need another month on feed. There's nothing major wrong with them in terms of structure, and the kids are doing a good job. It just takes more time and maturity for them to put the muscle on they need to compete in this class. Give them a round of applause.
First in that class went to Zach Smith, second to Caitlin Waters, Third place to Christopher Boone. Fourth to Adeline Houston. Fifth to Maggie Rinner. Sixth to Anna Nefzinger. Seventh to Morgan Nefzinger. So going from the top down, 7, 6, 1, 3, 5, 2, 4.
real competitive class out here for your middleweight crossbreds. For me, I choose the one out here that I like looking at in terms of how that front end is made up into that neck, and that thing explodes into some really good base width at the ground, stout enough in its bone work for me. As you analyze it from the side, from front to rear, that sheep is deep in his flank. Now, he's not the shallowest sheep in this class. The lamb in second, that was the tough decision for me. That sheep's more tucked up in his chest floor. But I like how this one progressively gets wider from front to rear. He's got a big old flat loin in him. We like that. And his hip is big and his rear leg is big. And he gets around the ring really good, maintaining that base width all the way to the ground. Just a really good one to start the class. Young man in second has a very competitive sheep there, no doubt about it. Like getting my hands on him. His rack is expressive, and he is shallow from the side. As you follow that sheep all the way back, when you get to his last rib, though, that's where he gives up power to the one I used to win the class. He's just not as big and flat in that loin and not as big in the top part of that hip. But I think a really good sheep to be in second place for that young gentleman. The powerhouse of the class is standing here in third, and I like muscle. This one here, when you get your hands on it, oh boy. Big rack, big loin, big rear leg. She just gets too compact for me. Too short in her hip, which gives her the illusion of being just deeper in her chest and longer in her front shoulder. Boy, if we could just shallow her up and give some more extension in terms of length of body to that particular individual, we could move her up. Love the power, just need to get her easier on the eyes from the side. Young lady in fourth here really has a close one in terms of when I explained to her in terms of how that sheep handles down the top side. We like the upper rib cage design in that sheep and the squareness of its rack. Just need to change it in its rear 1/4 in terms of its terminal quality. Same goes for the one in fifth. The back half of that sheep just hasn't reached maturity yet. She's still kind of lean for her weight. She just needs more pounds to give us more muscle in the rear 1/2 of that particular individual. Let's give them a round of applause for a competitive class.
Winning that class was Ava Greiner. Second place was Caden Sprouse. Third, Caitlin Waters. Fourth, Kira Longbine. And fifth, Destiny Boone. So going top down, 4, 2, 3, 5, 1. This will be our final class of crossbred market lambs, and then we'll show for champion and reserve crossbred.
interesting class of heavyweight crossbreds out here to sort for me. I guess I'm going to stay with the kind of trend that I've been picking all day, and I like big, thick sheep, and this one here has a lot of good going on, and he's big and thick. I mean, you want to get your hands on one that's got a big spread down his rack and follows that thickness all the way out through his loin to his hip with a big old rear leg in him. This one's got that going on. Not the heaviest muscled one in this class. That one's probably down there in fifth, but this one's got it put into a package that's easy on the eyes. He's really erect in his front shoulder. He's stout at the ground. He's very straight in that front leg construction when analyzed from the front, which I really appreciate. He don't come in at the knee or anything. He just does a lot of things right. I think a real good one to win this class. A real good one to be in second in this class as well. Some people may prefer a sheep that looks like this from the side, and I don't argue with him one bit. This one's got his chest tucked up in him a little neater, got a little better sweep to his underline, and people like that. This one gets its neck set out in front of him just a little further. He's not quite as stout as the ground as the one that wins the class. Where he gives it up is right at his last rib back. Just needs to be a little bigger and flatter in that loin to be able to compete with the one that wins the class. Really good one here in third as well. I like a lot of things about this particular sheep, just run into two really good ones. This one probably does need a little more time on feed yet to get to where he needs to be, but there's a lot of good in this sheep in terms of him being smooth and correct in his pattern and progressively getting wider from front to rear. Just need to blow him apart in the center part of his body and get more muscle to compete with our two class winners, but a real nice one for third. Young lady in fourth, same thing, like the structural design of this one, real level spine, a lot of good practical parts to this particular sheep. Just need more muscle from front to rear in it to be able to compete today. And then the young gentleman down here brings me one that's really hard to figure out what to do with. For me, we got too many structural issues in this particular sheep to be able to place him any higher, although we realize he's got a ton of muscle in terms of thickness. He does not have a lot of muscle in terms of length. As we dissect that lamb in terms of how many cuts there are, there's not going to be as many cuts from front to rear. We appreciate that width, though, that the young man brought us there. Let's give him a round of applause for a competitive class.
Winning that class is Ella Greiner. Second was Taylor Sublette. Third, Carmen Siren. Fourth, Javon Davis. And fifth, Brody Neal. Going from the top down, 3, 4, 1, 2, 5. Now we will be showing for the champion and reserve crossbred market lamb. From the first class, we'll be bringing out Zach Schmitz. And in second, from that first class was Caitlin Waters. In the second class, the winner was Ava Greiner, and second was Caden Sprouse. And as you just heard me announce in the last class, Ella Greiner and Taylor Sublette. So those will be the 6 lambs that we will be having out here to have the champion and reserve crossbred market lamb. The banners for this are sponsored by the Sprouse sisters, Reagan and Addison, and Ron and Louise Schmidt's family.
Let's give these contestants a big round of applause. Really competitive crossbred drive out here. I think we got 6 individuals that that have the muscle that we're looking for. I guess we just keep trying to find who's got the most in a package that is acceptable and easy on the eyes, I guess, structurally correct. Stout bone as we can get them, as open in their base width as we can get them as well. I think there's a pair of them out here that just do a lot of them things really well in terms of being big in the top part of the rib cage with big racks on there, continuing that muscle mass from front to rear, still in a package that's easy on the eyes. And with that being said, I'll go out and shake the hand of your champion in reserve crossbred division.
Our champion crossbred market lamb went to Ella Greiner, and the reserve to Taylor Sublette. We will now be showing the overall grand champion market lamb. So we'll be bringing all of the last winners out, starting with champion production, Caitlin Waters, reserve Zach Schmidt, rate of gain Noah Cleese for champion and reserve, champion Dorset Ella Greiner, reserve Aiden McGuire, champion Hampshire Garrett Greiner, reserve Taylor Sublette, champion natural Charlotte Searin, reserve Javen Davis, champion Speckle Greta Searin, reserve Taylor Sublette, champion other breeds Ava Greiner, reserve Charlotte Searin, and champion crossbred Ella Greiner and reserve Taylor Sublette. As you can imagine, we have several exhibitors that have won several different classes, and so we have to get other showmen up here to the ring. In this, the judge will actually place the grand champion and reserve as well as the next 7 lambs or 8 lambs, and so they place the top 10. So this will take just a little bit. For the Grand Champion Market Lamb, the trophies and awards are sponsored by Pat Griner Family. The Market Lamb blanket is by Griner Show Lambs. For the Reserve Grand Champion Market Lamb, the banner is sponsored by Farmers Co-op, and the blanket is sponsored by Griner Show Lambs. The cash awards for the top 10 market lambs, the money is given from these following donors: the Farmers Co-op, Jeff Sprouse; KDK Sales, Greg and Heather Koch; Prairie Mutual Insurance, Don Linhart; and Associated Insurance Services, Jeff Spinner. We want to thank those people for their generous donations.
I think let's give a big round of applause to these young individuals out here working hard. Also want to thank everybody behind the scenes here, and they've already done that somewhat, but they're doing a great job, and we certainly appreciate all the hard work. I'm involved in the Iowa County Fair up there as well in terms of being a superintendent and trying to help everything go smooth, and I think they've done a great job. We appreciate all the ring help and everybody else in terms of making it go smooth. If anything's getting held up, it's because I'm taking too long to make a decision, and I apologize. But you got really good set of sheep out here, and you should be proud as a county in terms of the quality that you have brought out here. I think there's, what do we got? We got 14 head out here, and I think they all have really good quality to them, and I'm impressed. We've discussed every one of these individuals once, twice, 3 times. I think there's one out here that puts together muscle mass with the ability to be photogenic from the side profile. I think he just fits the bill. I think he's an awful good lamb. I'm going to just go out and shake the hand of your grand champion lamb, and from there, I'm not going to talk anymore. I appreciate your time and your patience throughout this show, and let's give these kids another big round of applause. I'll just shake your hands from, I'll shake the hands in order of the top 10. Thank you very much for having me.
righty. For our overall grand champion market lamb was Garrett Griner. Reserve was Ella Griner. Third was Taylor Sublette. Fourth, Taylor Sublette. Fifth, Charlotte Siren. Sixth, Ella Griner. Seventh, Greta Siren, followed by Ava Griner. Ninth was Charlotte Siren, and 10th was Taylor Sublette. We will now do the Top Gun Showmanship. This is unique to the sheep department. The Top Gun Showman happens once a child is in a certain age division and they win, then they no longer compete in that showmanship division. They go to the Top Gun division until they are old enough to go to the next age division. So for example, if you would have a junior that would win the junior showmanship, they would go to the Top Gun Showman until they become an intermediate. At that time, they would go back to the intermediate regular showmanship. If they would win that, then they would go to the Top Gun until they are seniors. So you will see out here juniors, intermediates, and seniors kind of competing against each other. It's because at one point they won their age division. As you can see in the program, our 4 Top Gun showmen are Ella Griner, Ava Griner, Taylor Sublette, and Garrett Griner. The reason they are in this is because at one time or another they won their age division. Okay, we had a scratch, and so it'll be Taylor Sublette, Garrett Griner, and Ella Griner in this Top Gun competition. Ava will be showing in the intermediate. Our Top Gun Showmanship banner is sponsored by Irwin Farms. I know there are Clover kids that are starting to gather around the ring. Just hang tight. Your time will be coming up shortly. We'll go through this, a couple showmanships, and then it'll be your time. So just hang tight, find your partner. It'll be 10 or 15 minutes.
Okay, let's give them a round of applause out here for this Top Gun, I guess they call it. I guess for me, we got three really good showmen out here, and I mean, I nitpick on them just a little bit, but they're doing a great job. I guess for me, lambs on the walk is a big deal to me in terms of how they walk, and I think these three do a really good job of making a move and getting their pace correct, and I think that's very important. So the next thing I had to make a decision on was like efficiency. In terms of once we stop, who gets them set up the quickest, not such a rush, but they get it set nice, calm, and cool. This particular lamb here, I mean, handles great, stops dead in his tracks, don't take much to get set. The young man here is going to be my champion showman as he's most efficient and just does a great job. It's really close, as I said. The young lady does a really good job of getting a good drive out of that lamb when I handle him all the time. There was a time when I thought she maybe could move a front leg for me just once, but she does an awesome job. That lamb gets set most of the time, giving me a good look. He just fidgeted around on her just a little bit. It might be the sheep more than the showman. Appreciate her. She'll be second. And the young lady over here just thought maybe to maximize the quality of that particular sheep, maybe she needed to set it up a little wider based for me. And that lamb was being fidgety as well. But we love the body positioning of these three showmen. Showmen from ringside should be paying attention to them as they get in front of that sheep properly and get that drive. As I'm handling them, I want to feel them muscles flexed and hard. Those three showmen do a great job at it. Let's give them another round of applause.
First place for our Top Gun showman went to Garrett Greiner. This is our class of senior showmen, but just so everybody knows, there's actually two competitions going on at the same time. So some of these kids have tried to be premier exhibitors. What that means is they went through an interview process. They also took a written test, and then they will also be awarded points for how they place in this particular competition. So those will be getting figured, and so then we will have a premier senior showman. We will also have just the regular senior showmanship winner. So it could be the same person, it could be two different people. So that's what we're doing if you think, what's going on? For this class, the Senior Showmanship banner is sponsored by Irwin Farms, and the Senior Premiership exhibitor is sponsored by Sprouse Family Club Lambs. To all the winners today, the Journal photographer is here, and the Kelowna News. And immediately after the show, they will be taking pictures at the wonderful display that's out there. So if you want those pictures, need those pictures, please go there immediately after show with the animal that you need for the picture.
Okay, out here for your senior showmanship, I'm going to use the young lady right here to win, and then that young lady back there will be second. They asked me to pick two. She does a really good job. She's got a lamb that sets good for. She's always got the 4 feet where I like them. She's got the neck position back in there, and that's very important. You don't want to have that thing leaning too far forward. She is efficient as we walked and moved. I think she does a really good job. I think the young lady in second does a great job too. I think she's got a lamb that's just not as cooperative, maybe not as sound structurally, so she's got disadvantages to the sheep she's trying to display to us, but I think she really does a good job in trying to correct them. She just needs to make sure she got all 4 legs right where we want them all the time, but when it comes to getting good touch and drive and muscle tone out of a sheep, that young lady can drive one and really make them hard to the touch. Young man that I got here, just want to make a quick comment. When it comes to walking them around the ring, I am big on that. This young man walks them around the ring just fantastic. Has the head and neck back up in that sheep where it should be, has good pace, does a great job. Need to kind of get him down in front of that sheep a little bit more and make it drive. But I mean, they're all doing an excellent job. Let's give them a big round of applause.
The winner of the senior showmanship is Caitlin Waters. And after everything was figured in the senior division, the premier senior sheep exhibitor is Taylor Sublette. So if Taylor Sublette is somewhere up around here, we have a plaque for you. Please give her a round of applause also. We will now be doing the intermediate showmanship, and it works the same for this. There's 2 competitions going on at the same time, the premier sheep exhibitor as well as the showmanship out here live. So we'll be announcing both after we do some figuring.
Okay, sorry, I like to talk to these individuals real quick and just give them some pointers. I have no particular order down here. I was asked to pick two, so I just started pulling ones out. I kind of had my two figured out a little bit earlier on. I think people need to pay attention to how these two show. They do a really good job. The blonde-haired girl is going to be my champion in this division. I think she does a really good job. That lamb set's really good for her. I think she's got the legs in the proper position. She gets a really good drive out of that sheep. She's calm, cool, collected. She gets set up right away. This young lady does a really good job as well in terms of getting the drive out of that sheep and paying attention to where I'm at. And every time I go to touch that thing, she's always in front of it and ready to go. And I really appreciate that. She's got a lamb that maybe is tired of being out here, keeps moving feet on her, but I don't think it's anything she's doing. I really appreciate what she's doing. Everybody else out here, I think you're doing a great job. You walk the lambs great. Try to keep their head up as best you can. I gave each one individual pointers as they were out there. I'm not going to discuss that with all you guys. Maybe not so much dancing around from side to side sometimes. When the judge wants to handle that sheep and I'm about to touch it, even though I'm on the opposite side of that lamb, I sure would not switch sides and I would not get off that brace. Because if you get a bad handle, that's going to hurt you in terms of the position where you're going to place in your class. So make sure you just maintain brace and pay attention to the judge's eyes. You all do a great job. Let's give them a round of applause.
All right, our winner in our intermediate division is Ava Greiner, and it just so happens that she is also the winner of the Premier Sheep Exhibitor. So there's an example of the same child can win both things. Very good job, Ava. Our junior exhibitors will now be coming in. A really nice thing that the Cleo McCoy family does in honor of Cleo is they give all of the junior showmen a sheep halter. And so thank you, McCoy family, for doing that. They will be handing those out. I also forgot to mention that the banners and such for the Premier Sheep Exhibitor were sponsored by Garmin Show Supply, and the Showmanship banner was sponsored by Phil and Pam Purdock. So bring in our juniors. Clover kids, hang tight, you're next. I wanted to announce that Taylor Sublette is also one of our fair royalty. She's been hard in the ring working all day, so she hasn't got to pass out other ribbons. She's been the recipient of most of them. But anyway, Taylor is the daughter of Carrie and Sarah Sublette, and she is from the Highland FFA. So please give her a round of applause.
Okay, let's give a round of applause for these junior showmen. They do a great job. This is just personal preference in terms of, I'm going to use a young man to win the division here for us today. I think he's most efficient in terms of when we put him on the move and got him set. He got his lamb set very well, very fast, without like acting like it was a race. I think he sets the lamb in terms of base width properly. Those are things that this age group, they really need to get figured out, where them forelegs need to be really placed down to the ground so that you don't get outside, so you don't get too wide based or too narrow based. I think he does a really good job there. He maintains a really solid brace every time I go to handle the sheep. Young lady does a really good job as well. I think she wants to typically set the lamb up just a tick wider than I think the body of that lamb is constructed to be. So we tried to hone in on that. But every time I go to handle that sheep, she gets a really solid brace on him as well. So we appreciate that. We talked to the other three down here. They're not in any particular order down here. They're doing a good job as well. Mainly it's trying to get that neck up in there. Young lady does a good job at that. I just want her to get that lamb driving harder and pay attention to where all 4 feet are. She really needs to get more push out of that sheep. She's small. She's at a disadvantage there. But as she gets older, she's going to do a great job. And the same for the 2 down here. Just get the neck back up in the sheep and get it driving harder, and they'll do a great job. But we appreciate their hard work. Let's give them another big round of applause.
Our junior showmanship winner was Caden Houston. and he is also our junior premier exhibitor. So give him a round of applause.
All right, so now coming in is our Clover Kids Sheep Show. I'm sure you're getting organized. Washington County has a strong Clover Kid program which serves youth kindergarten through third grade. All second graders are invited to participate in the Clover Kids Sheep Mentoring Program. These experienced 4-H sheep showmen have served as great leaders and will escort their partners in the ring. Thank you to all for participating. These will be the people coming to the ring. Madison Gent, and her mentor is Maggie Renner. Madison and Maggie, come on in. Followed by McKinnon Liska, and her 4-H mentor is Caitlin Waters. McKinnon and Caitlin, come on in. Next is Adelie Merrick, and her 4-H mentor is Anna Nafzinger. Adelie and Anna. I hope I'm pronouncing that right. Our fourth group is Hayden Norman, and her 4-H mentor is Carmen Siren. Hayden and Carmen, come on in. And our last group today is Clover Kid Lane Norman, and the 4-H mentor is Aiden McGuire. Carson Williams and Noah Cleese had to scratch. So there are our 5 sets. Let's give them a round of applause.
My name is Madison Gent. My parents' name is Matt and Courtney Gent. What I enjoyed about my project is getting to show my sheep. I learned to walk the sheep. My lamb's name is Steve.
Okay, let's give Madison a big round of applause.
My name is McKinnon Liska. I learned that how to hold him. Walking him. Just like 2 times. Yeah. No. Yeah. Mike and Kelsey, let's go. Zoe.
Okay, let's give McKenna a big round of applause. I'm no good on the microphone either, so I don't blame them for not wanting to talk into it sometimes. Trust me. Okay, what is your name?
My name is Adley Merrick. Tammy Merrick and Cody Merrick. Olaf. Um, shearing it. Uh-huh. I did some. I helped. How to brace it.
Okay, let's give Adley a big round of applause. What is your name?
Hayden Norman. Yeah. Hayden. Mike and Katie Norman. He can be very stubborn.
You learned he is very stubborn. That's good. What is something fun?
Sometimes that he listens.
Sometimes he listens. That's the fun part. Yep. So you got the learning part and the fun part. That's very good. What is your lamb's name?
Caillou.
Let's give Hayden a big round of applause. What is your name?
Blaine Norman.
Clay.
Norman.
Oh, Blaine.
Yeah.
Blaine. Okay. What is something you've learned about your brother?
They have to push against them.
You learned how to push against them to show them. Good. What is a fun fact you can tell us about your project?
That you learn how to shave them.
Learn how to shape them.
Yeah.
You thought that was fun?
Yeah.
What is your parents' name?
Mike and Katie Norman.
Mike and Kate.
Yeah.
How about your lamb's name?
Harriet or Thing 2.
Say that once more.
Harriet or Thing 2. Or Thing 2.
Harriet or Thintu is the lamb's name. Okay, let's give Lane a big round of applause. And let's give a big round of applause to the mentors that have helped him with this project. I think it's really, really special to start these kids before they even get into 4-H. We do something very similar to it at Iowa County as well, and I think it has helped our numbers at least stay the same or grow in the sheep and goat barns. So thank you, everybody. I think that is it for the day. And, oh, one more class? Raise me right. Okay. Well, let's give these young men and women a round of applause again. Thank you.
Once again, our judge today was Aaron Meyer. He's from the Marengo area. Let's give him a round of applause. He's spent a lot of time educating the children as long as having a great competition. Our next event is going to be in honor of Dwayne Sprouse and Dave Burney for their 48 years of volunteering in the sheep department. So give us just a few minutes to get organized and sit back and watch the rodeo take place.
All right, ladies and gentlemen, you have been an outstanding audience today. So we're getting all these old timers situated out here, and then we will get started. So thank you. Get comfy, stay comfy. We're gonna get them lined up and come on in. I want to start by saying the Dave Burney and Dwayne Sprouse duo have impacted generations of families through the sheep department. And today, we have the opportunity to see just a few of them in action again. I'm going to have these family units come in the ring and introduce who is in their showing team today. Entering the ring first, we have
Dave Burney, Christine Burney Doonan, Bristol Doonan.
Very good. If you guys would like to go to the, I have no ring help, the appropriate spot. Next in the ring, our family team.
Yes, Dwayne Sprouse. I have Caden.
Come on over, guys.
I have Reagan. My neighbor, Dalton Dodd. Grandson, Carson. And the old man, Jeff.
Very good. Thank you. If you and your team would like to go line up. Next in the ring, please introduce your team.
Jim Niebel. This is my daughter, Bridget Lidweiler. My son, Zach. And the boss of the crew, my wife, Mary.
Very good. Thank you, Nebos. Please join the lineup. Next exhibitors in are running with speed.
I'm Michael Houston. I have my kids, Caden Houston and Adeline Houston, and my sister, Michelle Harland, who was good help today.
Very good. Join the lineup, please. Next exhibitor today.
Craig McCoy, they call me Buzz, and both my sisters ran off as soon as the sheep show's over, the same as every year.
Very good. Next family in the team we will call in will be Fletcher. Do you want to come on down?
I'm Fletcher Flynn and my girls Emerson and Tatum and Oakley.
Very good. Next in the lineup, we've got a big show team here. Come on in. We can get in here so we can see. Who do we have?
Okay, so we have our oldest generation, my mom, Pam Davis, Letts. And then the next generation would be my sister Kimberly and my sister Ariel. And then there's Eric and then myself. And then our newest showman this year, our niece Javen.
Very good. Welcome. Join the team. And I hope you were able to hear very uniquely about this family, the Pam Letts Davis family, as they have 3 generations here at the Washington County Fair Sheep Show, all falling under Dwayne and Bernie. Next family team.
Okay, so we're the Schmitzes, and we have my uncle Scott here, my dad Todd, my brother Zach, and I'm Clara.
Welcome, Schmitz team. Join the lineup.
And I also want to wish my grandparents a happy 53rd anniversary.
They are excellent sheep department supporters. Very good. This good-looking team, please announce yourselves.
We're the Andrag team, and we never could show very well, so we thought we'd at least look good. So notice our nice t-shirts. I have myself, Renee, my sister Dawn Andrag, and my daughters, Shauna and Shelby.
Welcome. I see some more alumni coming in. The next showman.
My name is Madison Sheets. I'm solo representing the Sheets family.
Welcome. Thank you.
Brett Wright.
Very good. And Brett is an honorary member of our fair board, if I remember correctly. Last call. We let people in late to this class. Last call. Here they come. Yes. Please introduce your team.
I'm Shirley Grainer. My son Ted, Ella Grainer,
Wendy Greiner, and Garrett Wright.
Excellent. Welcome. Please join the lineup. Washington County 4-H prides ourselves on being about family and for family. And we have another exhibitor joining the Sheep Family Show. Come on down. You're up. Welcome, exhibitor. Please introduce yourself.
Chris Hahn.
Thank you, Chris. Okay, let me know if there's any others. So we pride ourselves on family, and the sheep department is a great example of this. The leadership in the past 48 years has laid the foundation and left a legacy that we must recognize. Dave Burney and Dwayne Sprouse, please leave your lambs and come forward. These two, as a team, were honored last year as the 2020 Washington County 4-H Hall of Fame recipient for the Iowa 4-H Foundation. I want to share a little of their history. I'm gonna just look at, oh, there you go. We're on TV now, so we have to look at the camera. Who would have thought? As staples to the Washington County Fair Sheep Project area, Dave Burney and Dwayne Sprouse could typically be found in the sheep barn, in the extension office, or on the direct route in between the two, mulling over show orders to give the most kids the best chance, coaching the new members in their first year, laughing about the lessons learned with many generations under their reign. Burney and Sprouse have served as a volunteer duo for 48 years. They have seen it all. Yes, give them a round of applause. Dave Burney is the Washington County 4-H alum, former member of the Jackson Boys, who grew up in a very active 4-H family and carried on the family tradition as a volunteer. He even met his wife, Linda, 4-H trip to Washington, D.C. Dwayne Sprouse became involved with 4-H during his time as an ag instructor. With no experience in sheep, he suggested raising sheep to an FFA member who needed a project, which in turn sparked his own learning and interest. His own kids started out their 4-H careers raising sheep and have never looked back. This duo recalls so many memories, and it's fun to visit with them about how this place has changed. When asked why they have maintained their commitment to Washington County for almost 50 years, they say, the kids. It's always about the kids. And in almost 15 years, they've seen many kids grow up. And many of them are here today. We are thankful to have a full ring. If you are in the ring showing right now or watching around the outside edge, if you showed under these men, please raise your hand. In the ring or outside of the ring. Some of you were showing with them yesterday, and some of you 48 years ago. Please give them a round of applause. I have never been a sheep judge before, but I am the sheep judge today. And so I would like to make sure we have a good look at these exhibitors and their families. So we're gonna ask the family units to circle around, and we're gonna ask you a question. If you are tired, you might need to rotate. Showman, that's okay too. So we will start, how about with this end? They're getting antsy. Christine, can you join us up here? Now we're starting with a family member, so her question might be, a hard one. But I'd like to ask you, what is one way you would describe showing for your dad?
Well, he usually was behind the scenes and doing the administrative work, so he was always very supportive of getting me to the ring.
Very good. Excellent job. Thank you. Just circle around. Very good. Next family team, come on down. Take a hard, long look at the Sprouse family. I've already heard a lot of stories today about the Sprouse family barns. I'm not sure they would be appropriate questions for the show. So I'm going to ask anyone from the family to answer. What is something these men taught you you would like future generations to know?
Hard work ethic.
Any other answers here?
Determination.
Boy next door.
They summed it up.
Very good. Thank you, Sprouse family. You may circle around. Next family, come on down. The Niebel family. Your showmanship question is, what is one piece of wisdom they shared with you you still have not forgotten?
Dwayne and I just talked about this. What's said in the barn stays in the barn. I don't know about the rest of the family, but I'm here to say that.
I like that answer. Well done. Thank you.
By the way, I want to say one thing. When I got started with sheep, this was one of the students that made that happen.
Very good. It's good to see him back. Next family, come on down. This is the Houston family. And I'm going to ask you to describe, how would you describe the sheep barn under their care? So on a sheep day, sheep week, county fair, how would you describe it?
Well, when I first started, it was a dirt floor, and it had wooden gates, and we had to have a setup day to wire everything together. And there's still a sign up on the south side of the barn from when they started a fundraiser. And I think the winner that raised the most money even got a lamb. So that's where all the gates and all the stuff that you see today, that all started 20 years ago, probably. 20, 25 years ago, I'm guessing. Yep.
Perfect. I'm going to ask this next exhibitor the same question. Thank you, Houstons. This is Buzz McCoy, I believe, as he introduced himself. And he's been showing a little bit longer than some of the others. So, Buzz, same question. Could you please describe the sheep barn or the show ring during your time?
Well, the show ring was in the other building. It had a set of bleachers on the north side, no wind, hot, enclosed, short-tempered. Everybody was short-tempered in there. And you just turn your sheep loose at the sheep barn, and they had a set of gates running over to the show ring. You caught them at the show ring and showed them. And then you back to the barn.
Okay, does that sound accurate? All right, thank you, Buzz. Next family team is Fletcher Flynn and his girls. Question I would like to ask you is, specifically when you think of Dwayne Sprouse, this is a Kyoto family here, how would you describe him?
Very organized and kept everything moving and on time.
Very good, very good. Thank you. Next family team is our 3 generations. I believe there are only 3 generations here in the ring today, so very special. Excited to still see Javen showing in here today. Your question is going to be, I know Pam, you are now serving, all of these team is serving as leaders and volunteers for us. How would you describe being under their leadership? What is the sheep barn like, the sheep team like? Who gets to answer?
Oh, really? It's just like any group. Some days we get along and some days we don't, but they've taught us all how to get along, work together, and all these kids are still active, working with other kids and passing on everything they learned from these gentlemen. Thank you.
Very good.
They won the lamb that year when we was selling them for the pins.
They even remember their winning lamb that they won was named Dolly. Good memory. All right, the Schmitz team. I would like you to share what is a piece of wisdom they taught you or you saw modeled that you haven't forgotten.
Well, I guess my big one, and I've dealt with Dwayne for a long time and deal with him with our state association, has been a hardworking member of that crew for a long, long time, just almost as long as he's been doing this county fair thing. So I just really appreciate him for his dedication and the time he's put in both places.
Thank you very much. All right, move on around. This good-looking team here, I'm going to ask you guys, what is a story that you will never forget in your sheep history?
You guys probably have stories. Yeah.
Well, I just want to say that the Andregs grew up literally across the field from Dwayne, and so we have a lot of really good memories. For me personally, one of the memories that I have is my kids had planned a 40th birthday celebration, because it used to be that after the show, whoever was the big winner, we went to Pizza Hut and they bought pizza for everybody that showed up. And so my family had secretly planned a 40th surprise birthday party to be at Pizza Hut after the show, and lo and behold, that was the year that we also won our one and only time that we won grand champion. And so it was one big party that I really remember, and that camaraderie after the show, I have to say, was one of the highlights that I will always remember. One other thing, we have to turn around and say to everybody, thank you for the memories.
Next up is Madison Sheets. And Madison is a teacher now in Washington, and so she has learned from some great teachers. What is a lesson they have taught you would hope to pass on to other kids?
I got to have Dwayne as one of my teachers actually my senior year for a little while. So I think just even knowing that they're still lifelong learners and you can keep learning all throughout as you're going, that's a great lesson to have.
I like it, thank you. Come on down, Brett Wright, Washington 4-H alum. I would like to ask you, I think we focused on Dwayne. I want to ask you, how would you describe Dave Burney to someone who doesn't know him?
Very hard worker and always had everything working perfectly. There was never a problem. So.
I agree. Very good. Thank you, Brett. The next family is a family of 3 generations in the ring. Some showmen working hard today. Ted, you also have been a volunteer with these 2. What would you like to say to them?
I'd say this, we have one of the best county fairs in the state. I go to judge numerous ones, and people like Dwayne and Dave are the reason that we have, one of the reasons we have tradition in the great county fair, and I commend them for all the stuff they taught me. It's probably not ran as good this year without them, but we tried our best.
You had good role models. Thank you very much, Shriners. And Chris Hahn, last Kyoto boy in the ring. I'm going to ask you to share what is a piece of wisdom you learned in the sheep department that still applies to today?
Just to work hard and try and live up to what these guys have instilled in all of us, which was a lot more than we can stand here and talk about in one sitting.
Thank you, Chris. All right. So Dave and Dwayne, I think all of your students have said it best. Your sheep kids have learned, they have loved, they have become family. It is so, so special to get to do this with your 4-H family. So I would like your two families to come join you up here. Come join your family. If others would stay around the ring. You know, and I've watched a lot of shows here, and the judges always get to tell you what to do. So I get to tell you what to do being the judge. And what I want to tell you is, I want all of the exhibitors here today, in the middle and the outside edge, to look at your showing team, and I want you to give them a hug, or give them a side squeeze, or give them a handshake, because they are special, and this memory is special, and moments are special. So now is your time. And now, everyone, inside and outside with a free hand, please put your hands together as I want to recognize and announce the grand champions of the Washington County Fair Sheep Department. You Raised Me Right. It's a tie. Dwayne Sprouse and Dave Burney. Congratulations. All right, I encourage all of you doing this special thing with your special people today to head over to the backdrop, take your hardware to the backdrop, get a picture with your people, and hug them again, and know that we have the best dang 4-H family out there. Congratulations, and thank you so much.